All right. I'll just make it super obvious. Now, surely. Surely you're not trying to tell me you don't know Radiohead. You don't recognize Radiohead. Karma Police by Radiohead. That was a pure piano instrumental version of the album called True Love Waits by Radiohead, performed by Christopher O'Reilly. I think Radiohead has some absolutely beautiful melodies that really come out well with piano. Here, I'll play a little bit more of another one. There's like, I just discovered this on my computer while going through Dropbox setup type stuff, and forgot that I had it. But there's a couple that are like, this one's called Exit Music for a Film. I think this is one of the ones that I like. that is a concern. I mean, that part is a concern, but yeah. So the primary argument is UPS. The fact that it will also make trains more capable of doing their job is a added bonus. So right now, this train unloading flowers that stack to 50 size, there are 40 total slots in 2 cargo wagons, 20 each. So 20 slots times 50 items is 1,000 flowers that it's got to unload, right? In each wagon. 1,000 divided by 1.2 swings per second with single hand stack size times 12 inserters is 14.4 per cargo wagon. So 1,000 divided by 14.4. It takes 69 seconds to unload right now. Nice. We've talked before about how fluids, because of the ridiculously high fluid transfer speed, make a lot of sense to consider using in bulk. And it also turns out that if we were to use the crane mod, it would bring physical entity transfers to basically be on par with fluid exchange as far as speed goes. So to me, that's another good, compelling argument to do it. It's not cheating, quote unquote. It's just making them have parity, and also it's good for UPS. That being said, it's a big upgrade right this second if we switch over the cranes. Like, instead of having those flowers take 69 seconds to unload, it would literally unload in like 5 seconds. So there's a little bit of a little part of me that feels like, that feels like too big of an upgrade, but I think for all the other reasons, long term, it's the right call. We compared, we compared it to at least one other version of caravan or cranes. And then the third option is to just wait for stack inserters. So, but again, the argument that that I keep coming back to that actually sells me on doing the cranes is that even if we do wait for stack inserters, we're still talking about many more entities doing the transfers, and it's about the UPS. It's about saving on animation and the hit to how fast the game can stay updated. Can I ask why not U5? I played it for 2 sessions for like 3-4 hours, and I wanted to keep on doing that same pattern every day, like 3-4 hours of E5, 3 or 4 hours of Factorio. And the problem is I just don't find the game very fun right now, and I think I'd rather, unfortunately, I'd rather just wait for the 1.1 patch. I was talking about it with somebody. U5 has complexity without depth somehow. I don't really understand how they managed to do that. It's a complex game that is very interesting and like appealing to me as far as numbers and everything go, but it's not very fun. You want to see Bocelli? Are you talking about Andre Bocelli? That'd be so cool to see. That's awesome. You get to see him live? Sweet. Got too much like me on taxes? Yeah, like it, I have almost nothing but positive things to say about the game. Like, I think that it was released, as I've said before, like in the best state of any Paradox title in the last 15 years that I've played Paradox games. It's the most complex, most well-developed, most well-balanced engine out of the gate. But it needs to go through its growing pains. It needs time to become better. And the only way that they're going to be able to do that is if they get lots of feedback and if people play it a lot. And You can't really get that kind of feedback and that kind of information from beta testing. You need to have the public. Not to mention, beta testers are not public people. They're a different breed. They're a different type of player. They're not the core audience of most games. So even if they were providing perfectly honest, 100% transparent, wonderful feedback, it's not the same feedback that the actual audience is going to give. So, anyway, I'm going to play EU5. Right now I'm just waiting for 1.1. Or for my interest in Factorio to somehow go away. Which I don't think is going to happen for a little while. Before I forget, I do want to mention, I mentioned something yesterday, and I have further made progress on that front and want to complete that. Or, like, mention more about it. So, there's a special guest that we're going to have join me in a voice call on Sunday. It's Friday, right? I think? Yeah, so in 2 days. And I made a mistake, I think, yesterday when I mentioned who it was. So, Rygaard is, I believe, how you pronounce the name, although I have to confirm that. Rygaard is one of the developers for Woob, and he actively maintains the Castorio mod, not Pyanodons. I think I accidentally got the two mixed up yet again and said that he was related to the development or management of Pyanodons. But he is actively maintaining Castorio. Conveniently, coincidentally, he is doing his own solo Pyanodons run, and he is just about at the point where he's completed the third science pack. So I asked him if he'd like to come check out our save file and play with us, maybe do a little bit of question and answer interview style stuff about Factorio, Woob, development, like whatever. And he agreed, so on Sunday we'll do that. So it might be a good idea to think ahead, sort of write down questions that anyone might have, see if we can come up with some good topics. I told him that we're all noobs, so we have no idea what we're doing, so don't judge our base too hard. Hopefully that'll be true. And I also heavily warned him that I'll probably do the thing where I accidentally get lost in the test world and forget that I'm talking to somebody. Because I'm playing Factorio. To which he laughed. Because he works for Woob, he plays Factorio. He understands. One of us, one of us. Oops. Well, the feedback from the people who are actually playing on a day-to-day basis is a big part, I think, in terms of like what we do with the decision to use or not use the train mods. My stance is like I'm like 80 to 90% leaning toward yes, we should do it, because you know, like I was rewatching part of yesterday's session and I didn't realize quite how much Avon had been talking in Twitch chat, trying to like get help so that they could try to play with us, and I noticed a few times and tried to chime in, but that had to be super frustrating to like see a multiplayer lobby, want to join, try to join, be unable to keep up, and then just that sucks. And I don't want that to happen to more people. Yeah, Ming, something like that. We've done something. Do you remember, it was years ago now, but do you remember when we did the Ask Me Almost Anything at 100,000 subs on YouTube? We had like a Google form for people to submit questions, and then we could, you know, they're like pre-screened questions from people. Does everyone else do this where like you don't know what you're doing and you're just like thinking about other things, so your brain is just like kill the trees? That's a pretty normal thing to do in Factorio, right? Just deforest the trees. I don't even know why I'm doing this. I just started doing it. Like, brain turned off, chop down trees. I don't even want the logs or the sap. Like, they're actively ruining my inventory. But must kill trees. And now I'm so far committed that I have to clean up the rest of this area. I can't just leave these trees here, because then it wouldn't be complete. I have to complete the task. Yeah, it's like picking up. It's the same reason why it's fun to destroy a build and like rip all the belt up off the floor. You just get that satisfaction for tidying the area up, you know? About getting plates on the grid, yeah, so we only have one source of iron plates. But I want to finish the cranes thing, though. The way that iron is on the bus, sorry, on the train bus, is iron is coming from the main iron producing area that I did over here. Which, why is there no radar coverage here? Shouldn't, like, no, because we didn't extend the trains. I should put a radar there. Can I make a radar? Probably not. I can make one radar. So it comes from the main iron producing area, and then it just goes in at 30 per second. That's the only source of iron. And the problem we're running into is that trains take, depending on the stack size. Part of the problem is that right now, when I was doing that math, 69 seconds to load, that's when the entity stacks to 50. When it stacks to 100, it takes double that. We're talking like 144 seconds to load one train. And this is the sole source of iron and copper for the whole train grid. So one of the things we should do is I can like add iron to this one as well, so that trains can pick up from multiple locations. So at the very least we have two trains loading at the same time. But also cranes. We should use cranes. Probably. You know? Y'all got any more of them drains? Train cranes? Train trains? That's a name I haven't seen before. Stelton Pool Rob. So, it would require Talkmore refactoring his station layout again, annoyingly for him, because the entities that we're looking at with this mod are 3x1 and 6x1. So it looks like a tall, well, if you just look at train station, it would take up this space right here. Like, we would have to redesign the base and then like shuffle the warehouses back one more again, and then shuffle these forward one again. But that's not a big deal because robots, and because it's Talkmore's going to do it. It's his job. He'll fix the blueprints. We don't have to. Then we just have to run around the base and update them, you know. You liked the co-carnage setting with trains? I haven't had a chance to watch any of his sessions. But I've seen that he's had anywhere from, you know, 5,000 to 10,000 people watching at the same time. What kind of campaign are they doing? Oh, right. And then that's another good point. That's actually a really good selling point that I think might cause the last two people, I forget now. I saw two people who it was either Ryland and someone else, both said that they'd prefer to wait for stack inserters. Hey, it's Haven 1. He's trying to reconnect. Hopefully something's changed since yesterday and you can actually stay connected. Right, so Talkmore and I were looking at the stations and talking a bit about how the train blueprint works, like what's causing issues. And part of it is the confusion about having two deposits and understanding that you need to balance the input and output from both of those. And one way to make it a lot easier would be if we could just use a single deposit, which is the 9x9 warehouse, instead of two warehouses, which are like 7x7, I think. So, do you have a blueprint to demo, Talkmore? Let me go into your test world. I'm not sure if you imported them into this one as well. Well, you probably don't have a demo because we don't have the mod installed yet, but well, for argument's sake, I can just Go here. If that's a station, these are the two warehouses, and if we could instead just use a single this thing, ignore the fact that all the wires are going to be broken, we would be able to get rid of the inserters that balance between, which gets rid of arithmetic combinator logic. These two are no longer required. These two are no longer required since they only exist to balance between the warehouses. So it saves on every single design. And also, it's difficult to calculate what the UPS cost is for individual setups, because when you look at the report for entity time usage, and it shows like combinators or whatever, I'm not even sure how you would look that part up. It takes all of the combinators, all of the entities, and says this is what this entity is costing you. It doesn't tell you this combinator is costing more than this combinator. But the problem with the balancing combinators is that they're checking like basically every update to see if the warehouses are balanced. So part of the idea is that if we could just get rid of that and do a single this, and then use the cranes instead. There's a way, let's use a single inserter in the center to represent it till we get, if we get the mod. It's a 1x6, but it's like that tall, and then because it is not an odd length, instead of it being right in the middle like this, it unloads from here to here. So like maybe a visual way to represent it is, it's like that. So what that means then is that this entity could go here and here. And again, it's only 1x6 though, so this is just to help understand. So like this can reach the cargo wagon on the bottom and it unloads to that tile. This one can reach this cargo wagon and it unloads to this tile, which means that if we move this over by 1, it can unload both wagons into the single building. Aw, Avon couldn't keep up again, I'm sorry. So it solves a lot of stuff, right? Like, it gets rid of some of the combinators, and then more importantly, not only is it... Sorry about all the banging, it's gonna be a thing. They're still doing carpet stuff. I don't know why it requires so much banging, but... more importantly, I think, is the... Aside from the UPS savings, is the ease of use for people, like players. Like, it doesn't matter how... like specific the instruction set is, there are going to be more mistakes with more complicated systems, and with a single entity holding all of the resources, it's a whole lot easier to put stuff in and take stuff out. You can't really mess it up, you know? So did I convince everyone? I think we should go get that mod. Instead of a main bus, Carnage did a China setup where he did many cities. Everyone produced one product, used trains to move stuff around. Oh, it's like a decentralized production. It's really better. Are there bigger warehouses? I don't think so. Pretty sure that the 9x9 deposit is the largest container chest thing we're going to get. It's size 800 slots. I believe that there is an upgrade in the future. Looks like on the 5th science pack, we will get access to passive provider sheds, passive provider warehouse, passive provider storehouse, and passive provider deposits. But those will still be 9x9 entities with 800 storage size. So 9x9 is the biggest with 800. They just upgrade to logistics chests. So, and loaders or chutes have filters that can be used to load or unload a train. For whatever reason, loaders are not recommended to use to unload directly from cargo wagons. They can do it, but I'm not sure how. It sort of is bad for performance or something. Which is one of the reasons why we wanted to stick to either bulk inserters or cranes. So I'm gonna say yes, I convinced everyone, and we're gonna go get it now. Sorry. Democracy is dead. We're getting the one called Crane's Pyanodon by Mortality. This one. Main argument for stack inserters not being like the best option here is that it still requires a lot of combinator logic to make that work, and it will be worse for UPS, and pretty sure if we wanted to do the thing where we use the deposit, a single storage chest instead of 2, that would further limit throughput. I think we could only use like 4 stack inserters and still reach both cargo wagons while touching the deposit. So we've talked about it a lot. I think that I've done my research enough that it is a compelling thing. Only one setting to consider, Talkmore. Do you remember what we decided on full hand weighting? You want that on or off? Yeah, we do have a lot of circuitry required to build all those combinators. And we'll still need circuitry. Like, every single station will still need a Cybersyn combinator and other stuff in order for the Cybersyn to work. Alright, we'll turn that off then. So the way that the crane moves items is it can move up to 250 items per swing, but only if the entity has a stack size of 200 and, like, it moves the lesser of 250 or the stack size of the entity. So if you try to move brick, which stacks to 1,000, then it will only move 250 brick at a time. If you try to move iron ore with a stack size of 50, it'll move 50. That makes sense? So it's not going to just like grab 5 stacks of iron ore every swing. Alright, so we still have to research it. It's only the first 2 science packs, though. Get the first crane. So there's a short crane, and there is a crane Mark 1. And because everyone's reconnecting, let's just pause for a few minutes, let people rejoin. Bang, 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 bang. So all existing stations will continue to run just fine, as they are, but we can create a new blueprint, update the blueprint book again. I wouldn't be surprised if Talkmore already threw in his updated one. We might want to remove the older books from the, like, really not much of a reason to have the older ones anymore, is there? Desync. The swing speed on cranes, it's fast. It's very fast. But they're not going to have... We're going to see a big spike in throughput right this second, or once the research is done and we actually retrofit some of the bases. But then we're not going to see any upgrades for quite a while. Not sure why that desync happened. Sorry, I keep on wanting to complete my thing I'm currently looking at and not letting people catch up. Ben. Yeah, stack inserters potentially, especially outside. Here's the thing, another argument for like why I think this is a good choice. I don't think that we're going to see the cranes have any utility outside of train stations. It's not like we're going to retrofit every single build with cranes now. The only circumstance where they actually make any sense is train stations. So. Oh, Thanatos, I haven't seen you in chat for a while. I've been wondering about that. I asked about it a week ago. Personally, I still prefer hosting if it's stable and we can do it, but if your server has a better upload rate than I have, then that'd be the primary compelling argument for hosting it. I'm capped at about 3 megabytes a second for upload rate. I've got 1,000 megabit down, but only like 30 some megabit up. 100 up, so about 3 times. Well, more than 3 times, because you don't have to reserve any of your bandwidth for streaming. Yeah, cranes will be good the whole game, but like I think the tech for cranes Mark II is, yeah, we're looking at like the 4th science pack before we're going to see any kind of, we're barely into the 3rd, and then after that it's the what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the 6th pack, and then beyond that it's, yeah. How bad is the weather? It's -3 degrees outside right now. So we got that going for us, which is nice. I'm not actually sure where science is happening, but we are slowly making progress on cranes. ETA 1 hour, 30 minutes. Considering it's just the 1st and 2nd science pack, we should be able to power that through. Yeah, I'm wondering where are the Science Pack 2s? Because I know how to... I can just grab... I don't think we're actually making Sci-Pack 2 right now. We got plenty of buildings set up to make the logistics packs, but yeah, I don't think we rebuilt it at all. But we must have, because this is making some progress. Okay. Well, let's make sure we get this thing up and running real quick then. so we can actually get cranes going. What do we need to make it work? Like, we need all the inserters, we need combinator logic. Alright. Also, Talkmore introduced me to something that I definitely didn't notice at all. Apparently, in his blueprint, there is a station right there called Train Stop Packs. It's in every single one of these. Every grid that has a station has a pack stop. And we're supposed to be renaming those to indicate the location, and then you could just drive trains around to get to where you want to go. I'm not always very good at paying attention to instructions, though, so... I'm gonna call this one Packs. And then, like, iron symbol. Because that's the closest one that comes to mind. I'll let Breadbox catch up. Yeah, apparently there's like, it's like a 2,000-mile long storm or something, is what I heard this morning. Covers almost the entire states. It is kind of funny how a lot of places are kind of panicking, just like, you know, people do. But I'm from Michigan, so this is just normal. We don't care. We're not going to go to the store and stock up on food. Like, it's just whatever. It's cold out. Normal. Alright, I gotta get rid of all this crap. My inventory is in desperate need of cleaning up. Okay, jaw crushers. I want to dump all of these machines that just have way too much crap. Jaw crushers are here. Go away. Washers. Bum, bum, bum. Get rid of those. If I can get rid of these. Something that's kind of annoying is that these are taking up space in my inventory, and there's a way to make them not do that. If this is part of a blueprint book, I think is how it works, remember correctly. If I... get rid of these two, and then just grab... this here. And then make one that's for landfill. Only landfill. That there. Now they don't take space in my inventory. Much better. Bum, bum, bum. Should probably stop carrying around so many brains. Hogwarts mostly meetings? Okay. Well, we'll work on getting cranes finished. And then hopefully, by the time that's done, we'll be back. Appears to be combinators that are struggling the most due to the lack of circuits. Alright, now I want to... I need electrical poles. Probably need to grab inserters. Of which there are basically none. Nice. Alright, so we're trying to build out this thing down here to make the second science pack again in bulk. Let me get a count. Need one cybernetic combinator. Which I can't make because I have no copper. Need train stuff. I feel like this is where the rest of the train stuff is supposed to be, isn't it? Isn't it right next to that? Hmm. Ba-ba-bum. Nope. I'm gonna grab an actual train though. Did the thing that I make end up getting fully built? I don't think it did. Oh wow. Holy crap, it actually did make almost all the heat exchangers. What about the electric boilers? Pretty sure I automated electric boilers somewhere. Yeah, back down there, okay. Need some refined concrete also. Which, in my mind, is over here. I don't know if it still is or not. It is. Good. Gonna grab some stations and signals if there are any, and then I think I'm ready to go. When I get that science thing built. Oh, what about the machines that it needs? I need Research Center Mark 1. Research Center Mark 1s are not automated. But they're made out of 50 circuit boards each? Good lord. Made out of the destructive distillation columns, which are at the very top somewhere, I think. Right here. Gross. Hey, Thanatos, you're joining. Where have you been lately? I haven't seen you around in a little while. Sneaky Sneakerson. Wood. Gets to here, then stops. Copper cable. That line right there. That doesn't work. Give the cable. Beep, 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 beep. How do I get the copper cable over there? Where's that go? Nowhere? Where there's a will, there's a spaghetti. Works every time. You just have to believe. Microorganism mine and more access to circuits that we clearly have zero supply of. Nice. Microorganism mines are also not automated. Sweet. Oh, boo. Pretty sure I've not seen any mechanical inserters anywhere, so I'll just have to make them again. Probably. Just for this machine. Ugh, that means I need wood. Gross. Plus iron. And small parts are here. The spaghetti is getting a little bit out of control. I'll admit. But I don't care because this way I get machines. You know, like, ugh, it wants fluid mining drills too? Gross. Please tell me those are automated. They are just way down here, and there are none, because there's no steel. Huh. would not have expected a steel plate, steel plate shortage. That is a lot of belt storage. I'm gonna have to do something to make this not just be a ridiculously long belt of crap on it. So, why don't you turn here? This thing also, I want to wire this to here. We're going to say read all belts. And you're going to turn on only when that is less than 5. And I can do the same thing on this belt too. But it just makes a couple. It sends them down the big long ass belt, you know? Would be good. But it's going to be on this side, the inserter that puts them onto the belt. You. Able to disable when the fluid mining drill Mark 1 is less than 5. And read all, hold. We'll also need to sample through that one. And suppose it doesn't hurt to also check this one. There are 12, which means that it doesn't send any. Maybe I don't care about that part then. Yeah, so I want it to actually be able to send up this thing. Okay, so that'll send at least one or so, a couple. Eventually we won't have this many of this machine. I should do the same thing with the labs, because that's a ridiculous amount of belt storage for labs also. Why are there labs in this box and this box? Why is there a box there in the first place? Does not need another box. Alright. Needed brick. Brick. Do-do-do. spaghetti. Embrace the spaghetti, it's fine. You also still needed small parts, but you have them. Okay, so you're doing that. That's the brick. Need air core conductors, which are this belt way over here. You also want small parts. You want glass. And the air core conductors. Which is complicated. Gotta be like here, or... Yeah, it pretty much has to end up here. It's awkward. No, I'm a master spaghettier. I can figure this out. Just gotta get creative, you know? Air core conductors can sneak through right... Not there. They need to sneak through... Here... There. Almost. Wait, if I just grab this part, can I get... Come on, you silly air core conductors. Just get over there. You know you want to. Oh, this could work. Almost. Wait, I can't go under when I get there. But wait, why don't you go here? I am a master of spaghetti. My spaghetti is the most delicious in all the world. This is so ridiculous. But I did it. Look, I did it. All this shit's gonna get there eventually. See? Now I just have to get it out of the damn thing. The whole purpose of this was to feed that guy. But also, there should be a reserve for it. We can go... Doesn't quite make enough space. Oh, this will work. Maybe. Maybe. You can still get the wood. Wood for you. Wood for you. Wood for you. The iron still needs to get there. Just need a box. I wanted to put it like right here. But then iron can't get up there. Unless iron goes up here? Yeah, this works. Iron can come in from up top. And the coil can do some extra squigglies for funsies. Go in there. Means that I can go long-handed inserter into that box. Storage warehouse. That makes micro organisms. There's no brick. How is it possible that there's no brick on the bus? That's weird. Oh, probably because I routed the brick toward the science thing before we actually built that new one. I forget where brick was coming from, but it might need to make a caravan to deliver brick back to the bus. Alright, only missing one thing. So it goes into the box, and now it just needs to also get into there. Which it can. Not from that box, but from the machine itself. Hmm. Shit. More spaghetti? So close. I just need wood in this machine, damn it. I need a long-headed inserter there now. Um... That works. And then lastly, still need to get the output box. Of which there's absolutely no space for. Sweet. Self-inflicted pain. How to get out of box. You could jump the circuit line up and around for a little extra room. Jump the circuit line up and around. I'm not seeing, I just don't see where I can put the crap. Okay, I'm just gonna have to do this. I'm gonna make the glass more spaghetti. It can come in from off camera. Just like, just figure it out, you know? And that means I can put this here. And that means I can put this here. Except that then we need to put down a roboport to extend construction range. Well, now I'm not hungry after all that spaghetti. But technically, I did automate it. Bunch of buildings. Now go to the Northside Mall and automate cranes. Do we have cranes researched? Oh, they are researched. Nice. Didn't even realize. I was so deep in my spaghetti. Northside needs... Okay, yeah. Mechanical parts we have. We could do that. I'll do that. Sure. So, that brick. Research Center Mark 1s are automated poorly with delicious spaghetti. They're made here. And I have 6 of them now. Main reason that we're not making more is because there's a lack of fluid mining drills because steel plate. Surprisingly. So I'm going to overload it with steel plate and try to get a few more made. Try to offload all these machines that I picked up accidentally. Gasifiers were somewhere up here, and then they were on a belt. I think. That chest right there. Those back. Alright, well, I'm gonna go automate cranes, then I'll bring this couple of research them things down. Although, there's really no point till we have Science Pack 3 ready to go again. Now that we have cranes done. Cranes researched, I mean. Okay, so cranes want simple circuit boards, small parts, steel plate, and mechanical parts. Mechanical parts, I remember, are... Is that these? Yes. So we have a mechanical parts belt. And this platform a little bit. Alright. Mechanical parts. Steel. Steel is on that belt right there already. So we've got steel, we've got mechanical parts. Small parts are on that belt. And then the circuit boards are on that belt. So everything's already here. I think we're mostly going to be using the real cranes, not short cranes. In fact, since we're pretty much only going to be using... I mean, I guess I'll still automate both, but I'm going to put the small crane or short crane limit very low. This is another circumstance where I should probably greatly reduce how many automated things get passed down this belt, because they are expensive. Automated factories. Mark 1 needs to be less than, honestly, like 3 even. Small parts here. And mechanical parts. Doo-doo. More spaghetti. Oh, right, and they still want fuel. Damn it. But why, though? Stupid machines. Looks like something broke, there's no more steel. Yeah, well, I grabbed some steel from the starter chest at the beginning, like, not too long ago, and force-fed it to make a bunch of stuff. But the steel supply itself is just very low. I'm not sure where steel's supposed to be originating from. But chances are, like, there's 2,000 in a steel chest there. That should clearly be upgraded to a provider, probably. You're making a steel block? Okay. Can you make sure that it gets either caravanned or something to the bus? Because most of the production is broken right now. Anything that requires steel. I just moved all of this up by 1. Make it a lot easier. Get wood here. Spaghetti. This one makes the short cranes, so we'll do into box with only one spot. Short crane. And honestly, I'm gonna wire it also and say enable disable short crane. Less than 5. Like, I really don't think we're gonna use these. I could be wrong, but alright, steel cranes are, or not steel cranes, just cranes are automated. So, let's throw one down and take a look-see at it. Actually, I'm gonna go, let me get a couple of them, and I'm gonna go upgrade some of the most important, places that, provide resources to the train grid. This is also too slow. I don't like this. I think we're going to need to make a lot of these, so give it a nice small parts input. And the steel is also going to be a problem. Get one more and go to four stations now. What? It's another name I don't recognize. I should also automate deposits. True. Alright. Alright. I mean, I don't know why I'm suddenly the guy doing bus stuff. Like, you know, automating things, but like, I'm being productive, kinda. Oh, God. Oh, never mind. It's not what I thought. 80 steel plate, though. Good lord. That's a lot of steel. I think this is the belt that's supposed to have steel on it. Or to stack trace it all the way to the bottom. I'm pretty sure it's this one. Comes up here. Which is, yes, the one I'm thinking of. Well, where are warehouses made? Warehouse. There. What if we just swap the warehouse machine over to deposits? And repurpose this building, because it's the same exact ingredients. Wooden chest, stone brick, steel plate, iron plate, like... Pyanodons has aliens off by default. At least the general preset does. Yeah, I'm gonna just do that. There's still gonna be like 100 storehouses or warehouses or whatever they're called. But I don't see a purpose for them if we're gonna use deposits as the primary station thing. So, right here, just shift that over by 2 and swap you to deposits. And grab whatever reserve of steel I can find. Actually, I'm gonna grab from that big box. Where was that? Steel comes in here. It's off there, right there, that box. Bum, 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 bum. Kind of hard to do it in line. Temporarily put some steel plate on the bus, but there's also no brick on the bus. Another problem we're running into. Probably from building warehouses and stuff. Jesus, 300 plate a second? That's clearly going to be the bottleneck. For sure, for sure. Guess the robots are already off trying to deliver them or something, because it made a couple, but they've already disappeared. Crap. I want at least a couple so that I can play with trains. Alright. Grab whatever labs got built, which there's probably... Oh, looks like the robots are already trying to deliver them. Could be good. And I'm going to try using the train to get to where I want to go for the first time. Apparently it's a thing. You drive on the right. Yep. Just run on whatever. And I want you to take me now to Pax Iron. Go. This is how Talkmore gets around. Because why worry about knowing where anything is if you just use the Pax stops? It's a pretty good approach, probably. I didn't even know that thing was there. What color am I? All green, all blue. Cool, cool, cool. Alright, so I have cranes. Talkmore, do you have a blueprint yet, or can we figure out how to upgrade this first station? So that the iron and... Or maybe it'd be easier to leave that one intact and just start working on a new one. Like this one down here. It's not built. Have I tried Anno Pax Romana? Nope, I have not. I've played almost all of the Anno games, except I haven't heard of that one. It's in shared? Cool. I died. Well, that's what I get for trying to use trains. I turn around for 2 wee seconds and... It's my first death. We definitely had someone get run over by a car, and I think someone else may have already died to a train, but that's my first death. Need to find the armor. That was a foolish place to stand, I'll admit. I just didn't even realize I was standing there. I may have broken that train accidentally. I'm not sure if it's smart enough to understand that the floor is back. Alright, so I was trying to update my... get rid of this book, because they're using the... copy of this in my blueprints. And then put this here. Okay, so... I think we should... should we rip it up first? I don't know. How do you want to do it? Eventually, we've got to start ripping up the old stations. What's the easiest way to decon, like to tell the trains to stop trying to use this one? Do we just cut the line somewhere? Do we turn the power off? How do you want to do it? Or does it make more sense to, like I said, just do completely different station and leave the ones that already exist intact? Alright, so this is a test, main row, brick input output, alt row, brick input output, and it should be using the things, it is, so boop, transfer pelt is in the way. Ah, so that's because of word output there. We're requesting log. Nothing else. We'll fix the word. Who left? Who left? Me? Yeah, I have enough to do a couple stations. I've got 4 cranes on me, and I guess I only had the 2 deposits. I need some selectors, though. Selector, decider. I think that the deposit, I already changed over the warehouse, or the assembly machine that makes warehouses to instead make deposits. So yeah, I think that it's just gonna be a lot easier for people to only have one building. Change that one over to a deposit. Absolutely, yeah. It'll be a little bit of work, but well, I don't know. My plan is, I'm setting up the station, like, you see where I am? I'm, like, right here. So I'm just going to connect the iron to this one, get this one working, and then phase the other one out or something. Well, look at how much simpler this is. There's, like, a cybernetic combinator, a decider combinator, 2 cranes, and that's it. 1, 2, 3 combinators instead of like 15. How come this side still has so much though? Talk more. There's so many combinators still for the load side. Is that just always going to be the number? Okay. Do you have anything on, like, anything in your inventory to finish building this one out? I don't have the resources. I just need one more selector, then I can plug it in. There's also missing rail signals. It's not ideal. I have solder. Can give you some solder. Right, so with this deposit then, if we connect in some iron from here, and just prioritize it to this new deposit, that should lighten the load on that older station, and we can see trains start to do their thing and be good. Whoa, Jesus. Almost just died to a train again. Alright, so that was the final combinator, so we should be good to hook up this side. And this should immediately start being used as a iron train. Can only load 30 iron per second, but if it proves to be a good supplier for the network, there's a solid 243,000 iron plate over here that I could probably increase the throughput into this warehouse. Sorry, deposit. The setting to see train paths, F4, and then you want to look for show-rail-paths. And it might save you, or you'll just get run over by a train, like, you know. So, crane mark 1. 3 per second is what it says, but it can pick up full stacks. So that means it's going to move... If it's moving iron plate, I guess that means it can move 300 items a second. A train should not be dispatched until there is a minimum of 4,000 iron plate in here. Might make sense to try to build out this other grid right next to where I made iron, so that it'd be easier to get it into a warehouse. But it's not that many belts. Just connect it over. Bum. Right now, the throughput limitation is the 30 items a second. If it wants 4,000 plate and is only getting 30 per second, it still takes the deposit itself over 2 minutes to get enough supply. Bum, ba-dum, bum. Ba-dum. Okay, there's officially 4,000 iron plates. See how quickly it takes a train to realize it can pick up that iron. 3 trains want to go to this location, but I also didn't rename this. Can I rename it while trains have already been dispatched? Or will that break it? It should just be provider iron. And I'm gonna put extra iron because it's like pure, it's a pure iron plate focused pickup spot. Yeah, now there are no trains with a stop, but that doesn't mean that they go to temporary stops. Nice. That's useful. stealing your plates so that I can try to get more iron into that station. Sorry, by plate I meant belt. Alright, 60 plate per second going into the warehouse now. Want to watch a train come pick stuff up. Why no trains want to use this yet? Is there nowhere that needs iron? What about... This one wants iron, but it's getting delivered. I can... change this to 12K. And that should want it to keep more iron here. Did you? Yes, perfect. New train got dispatched. It wants to go to the new thing. Everyone that's curious about trains, I suggest you watch here, because this will be the first, I believe this is the first train-based train loading, and the train's en route. This is what cranes are gonna do for us. And done. Pretty good. Efficient, fewer combinators, better for UPS. Still not like as fast as fluid, but fast. Now you compare that to how quickly it's going to unload, and yeah, it's going to take a lot longer. So. Molten steel. Ooh-wee. That brick supply still looks pretty low. Going to be quite a bit of work to swap over all of the older stations to trains, but just like the ease of setting that up, just direct loaders in, no balancing, no... A lot simpler. And here comes more iron. Beautiful iron. I wonder if I should put a limit on how big this deposit can hold. Do we want to let it go all the way up to 800 stacks of iron plate, since its sole purpose is to be the iron flyer for the train grid? For the molten metal grids, it'll be good to export both the liquid metal and the casted metal. Yeah, where did the first molten steel get made? I'm assuming we have a new grid. Down here. Did you import? Where? What? molten iron came from... Ah, yep. Okay, so you imported molten iron. Nice, and you've already got... Interesting how these ones say 753 per second. I don't think that's correct. Like you still need to do your load station add-on cookie. Because like they said, I think you should not just make steel, you should make the steel and do the other thing. Why is there no hot air? How come we didn't... Oh. There's supposed to be hot air. There's only 2,000 hot air in the train network. We need to make hot air more. How does one make hot air? Hot air. We still only have the one recipe for hot air, looks like. Alright, I'm gonna go into the test world and try to make like a big-ass hot air producer. The new blueprint book did get rid of the train indicators. It doesn't seem necessary, because if you just stay within the edges of the thing, it basically does the same thing. It prevents all that weird stuff with landfill. Alright, so we want to make regenerative heat exchanger. Do the recipe to make hot air. We need pressurized... Actually, make it easier in factory planner. My goal is to make hot air at a rate of like 600. $13.3. One machine makes 4,500 hot air per minute. Bricks are, you just need to provide them one time. Pressure pumps, 838. Let's multiply by 5. Roughly. 2 to 5 ratio. So this just makes pressurized air, eh? And then the warm stone bricks come from which part? Try that again. Warm stone brick. These food ingredients whose temperatures need to be configured right. Water temperature 250. Jesus. It's apparently annoyingly difficult to make hot air? What? Stone brick plus coke oven gas, and then high pressure furnaces. Convert raw coal into coke, and also coke oven gas. I feel like someone might have already... Don't we have like a big thing up here that does coke oven gas stuff, but maybe it's just not fully hooked up to the train grid? I swear it was like JWE or somebody redid this, or did it again? Somewhere up here. Yeah, right, yeah, I remember you doubled it up so that it was... And then we're using... Convert coal to coke, right. And then, so raw coal comes in, and then where's all the coke go? Then you're making the coke into carbon dioxide, and the carbon dioxide is either vented or used somewhere else. You've got to dispose of all of the coke. Okay. What about this coke oven gas that's still at 100 degrees? Is there... Like there will be recipes to take the coke oven gas. Okay. We don't have it yet, but we can take cooled off coke oven gas, mix it with water at some point to create flue gas and syngas. Yeah, I don't think... Right now we're not using it at all. It looks like it just... This is the cooled off coke oven gas. This is only 100 degrees, which isn't hot enough to warm up the bricks, because the bricks want 250 degree. So it just goes into a pie tank, and then it's... Presumably it's all getting exhausted right now, because we just don't have the recipe. Coke oven gas is part of hot air stage 2. Coke oven gas at less than or equal to 100 degrees Celsius plus molten salt equals 500 degree coke oven gas. So soon we'll be able to make it even hotter. And that'll allow us to make warmer stone bricks. And it'll complicate this cycle because now we'll have warmer bricks that then get... Oh, it's just direct. Okay, so warmer stone bricks go directly into stone brick. It doesn't go like stone brick, warmer stone brick, and like you gotta like go up and then back down. Interesting. To do this though, we need to do mining machines stage 2. Alright. Yeah, I think I want to... Even though this one's working, I kind of want to redo it from scratch in a train grid. But it might make sense to wait for the research. We're struggling for hot air right now, and... I think I'm gonna turn off iron plate to this warehouse now. Since there's like 80,000 on that one and it's dedicated for iron. So... But we start by... turning off those inner inputs. And then I'll just hand move the crap over. Okay. Double check that there aren't any trains that are trying to pick up iron from here. There shouldn't be. Oh, it looks like Talkmore upgraded this to train Mark 1s also, so that's fine, but I still don't think it needs to worry about handling iron anymore. Better to have multiple smaller stations. The trains can, like, be smarter. Oh, there's a train. Huh. Gonna kill me. Well, it's coming along. I'm pleased with how the train grid's starting to function now. I want you to take me down here. This is how I usually use trains. Rather than having pack stops, you just throw the locomotive down on the track and then control click somewhere. Still functionally works the same with signals and stuff, like trains know that you're doing it now, so you don't get run over. But pack stations are an interesting concept. Yeah, glassware wants hot air too. Is Ryland? Ryland, did you... What do we need to make this Science Pack 1... Sci Pack 1 work? Something we can get running? Uh-oh. Who did it? I have to roll back 2 minutes. There's an update to Cybersyn? I mean, wait, I shouldn't have to do anything to make Cybersyn update, right? Why does it not update automatically? Weird. Making it so that if you hit Control F then type the exclamation mark, it shows all the map tags for our train blocks. Okay. The sound in the back, yeah, there's still carpet installation going on. It's been over 2 months since the flood that damaged the floor of the house, but there was a huge delay in availability for carpet delivery, so it's supposed to be done today or tomorrow. Factorio never auto-updates. I did not know that. Well, hopefully nothing important was forgotten or lost in the last 2 minutes. Looks like the last thing I had done was cut the iron, and that is still complete. And then I had gotten into this train and told myself to go down here. Do that again, I guess. Where that train go? Alright, I'm gonna go make another pot of coffee real quick, or cup of coffee rather, while we let people reconnect. Sorry, I didn't realize I needed to update the mods. Only thing missing for Cyback 1 is the microorganism mines. Is that a building we need to make, or is that a, because I'm already full on spaghetti. Like, I did some unspeakable things to the like, mall, and, I don't really want to look at it again for a while. It made me, I'm a little sick myself. Sick to my stomach. At least I put some logic in so that it didn't fill up those huge long belts with tons of expensive machines, but yeah, post-spaghetti clarity. Yeah, I'm remembering now, like, just how squirrely some of that stuff was. Well, if there's an update to CyberSyn that fixes a crash, it almost certainly is the crash we just saw. Like, statistically, I would strongly assume that. That is a very tiny indicator. I feel like it should be bigger than that. Also, why did it take me back up there? I want to be down here. Because I actually added the station, that's why. You think I might have automated the building that we need? Really? Well, the research centers... Is it the research centers that you needed? Ryland? Because that is the building that I automated. It's not automated well, but the steel... If the steel supply gets to the bus again, then right here, research centers, it's actually circuit boards now. They're struggling. Oh, the microorganism mine? Yeah, I automated that one too then. It's right here. You want me to put some logic in so that this one keeps microorganism mines in here? Like, how many do we need? Where do those get placed? I don't see them as part of this build. Oh, it's this whole thing. Okay, so we need roughly 96 minus like maybe 10 have been built. Like 90. I guess in that case... in that case... put this limit to like there. And it's actually stone brick. Is there stone brick? Make stone brick here. Yeah, there's some stone brick in this warehouse. Not much, because it's almost all going to science, but... problem is that a train can carry so much damn stone brick. 1,000 times 40 slots. Would need to get 40,000 brick into these two warehouses before a train would ever be dispatched. I might just set up a quick caravan to provide more brick for the bus. Because the original brick supply... I wouldn't even be surprised if the original brick supply that's been feeding the bus this whole time isn't even functional anymore. Where is brick on the bus? The top. Yeah, it's got like absolutely no throughput. And it's made... Yep, I was right. The original brick supply is running at four or five furnaces out of all of that. Yeah, we're on the newest version of Factorio. It did update today. Okay, so based on that then, I have everything I need. I'm gonna go set up a caravan to take some bricks slowly to the bus. It's just easier, I think. Need to go to here. Yeah, I could also perhaps just spend time. Can we afford to double this? This is the setup that Koki, I think it was, and I were, or no, it was Princess and I were working on yesterday. We built one of it. The science setup that I did needs 2 of it, but it just makes brick, nothing else. It just, you know, costs 1.5 gigawatts to run. So that's the only downside. Well, the caravan's also going to have some issues, isn't it? I'm going to have to set some different thresholds in order to make this thing not wait for 30,000. I think I actually do want to leave this intact. Just in case. Ba-bum. Instead of just making endless science packs into a box that aren't actually being utilized yet, I'm gonna repurpose the original brick build for supplying the bus while we build more infrastructure. So science was happening here? Yeah, there's like 22,000 science packs in there, which is useful, but less useful than perhaps having microorganism mines and whatever. So this brick is now going to reverse its priority. And instead feed this. And grab all the brick that's in here. A lab block? No, there's a, at the very start of the bus, there's a column of science labs, but probably good to just build a block. And definitely utilize the loaders being able to have split lane. Maybe even do like a sushi belt. Okay, I'm adding caravan. And I think for lack of anything else specific that's coming to mind that I can work on aside from trying to do science, I think I am going to go try to build a whole nother couple of those 2 blocks. Those brick. Okay, is there a caravan in place already for brick delivery? Brick wants to be on this belt. I'm guessing no, probably not. No caravan. We'll add one here. Go find that derp, who should be right here. Your destination is now this empty, and then right now he wants to wait for 30,000 brick. I think more frequent deliveries might be better, though. Well, maybe not. Nah, just leave it full. Boom, boom, boom. And then just use 2 chutes. There's no power here. Okay, there's 11,000 brick on the bus, and a caravan set up to bring more up. What's it gonna take to build all this again? If I just do this, row it here. Go collect this crap. Okay, let's start with steel was the other thing that we really need to get more of up there. Okay, heat exchangers, I need 80. Starting from the top. 160 clay pit. These are high pressure furnaces. Do I need those? Remember. "24 washers. There are only 4 electric boilers. Awesome. Soil extractors. I need those, right? About 100 of those. Nice. Put 4 back. Okay, so that's dealt with. Got those. Got those. Bum. Clay pit, I only have 10. Is there supposed to be a recipe set there? Oh, it's a combinator that decides what type of tank to make. Interesting. I've got 20 of those. Got those. Got those. Ba-bum. Well, I don't have to get every single entity all on the first try. Pretty uncommon to have everything. Let's grab 6 yellow inserters. Can't, there aren't any. Because these don't check to make sure that there's some supply. Okay, got that. Another 7 pumps. Done. Those. Got that. Don't have those. Still gonna need more. Good enough to start, though. Oh, also have to decide where I'm building this thing. Well, now that we have cranes, it's not that big of a deal to move items around faster, so it doesn't really matter too much where I build. It just has to be... I still ideally want 2 that are right next to each other. That one's already mostly built out. A little bit of antimony ore there. These 2. There's a seep, couple seeps right in the middle, but guess that's where I'm building it. Time to get started. $1,500 construction robots. Not a single one available. That tracks. Right, it's the blueprint shotgun that does not work with the offshore pumps, right? I think it breaks them. I gotta let the robots do it or something. Because it tries to shoot it before the water's been placed. I think that's why it doesn't work. I think hot air research next makes a lot of sense, because that'll allow us to do molten steel, molten iron, and stuff a lot better. Plus, hot air is needed for science. You look all the way down here at this build. Right, right here. If we don't have hot air, we can't do high Sci-Pac 1. This is so much work. These builds are so ridiculously big. Just to make brick. At least I don't have to have my brain on very hard right now. This is very straightforward. Just sort of stand around until the robots stop doing things and then go get more supplies. Repeat until done. No thinking aloud. Of course, I could also just not help, and eventually they will just build the whole thing. But that's not how I usually do stuff. I don't like to just let the robots do all of it. I want it to start running. Like now. And you can't tell the robots to prioritize one job over another. So... You having trouble staying connected, Princess Luna, or was that Ursel that I saw connecting earlier? You both have a P in your name, so you're the same person. Gathis and, Gathis and... crap. There's two people whose name starts with G, and they know what I'm talking about. That's just how my brain stores you. Name starts with G, same person. Must be. Obviously. Oh yeah, blueprint shotgun upgrades probably pretty reasonable to, like, not as important as the, hot air research, but, yeah, I'd put it up there in terms of usefulness. I mean, not everyone, I don't think every player in the lobby is actively using the shotgun much now that we have flying robots to, you know, construction robots, but I still use it a lot. Void stone? You can burn any entity except for things that have fuel value in burner. But, I mean, stone. If you're gonna void stuff just to get rid of a byproduct, at least run it through a warehouse first so that trains might be able to utilize it. Like, can't we make brick? We can make brick directly from stone. Like, the way we're making brick from rich clay and sand is expensive energy-wise, and, you know, if we could instead just make stone brick from actual stone, like, if you put stone onto the train grid, it would maybe reduce the amount of energy that this whole science stuff takes. In fact, why? Now that I think about it, why did I make brick from clay? And from this and all that, instead of just, like, tapping a stone deposit? Like, find a 40 million deposit of stone and, like, make brick that way. I just kind of forgot about the Dothraki. I don't know, I don't remember. Where's this stone gonna be? Red box. Okay. Are you planning it in the test world, or are you planning it in your own? I'm curious to see how much you're talking about. This one? 10.5 stone per second. You know, one really easy way that you could... Do you have fuel? You've got coke. Are you able to deal with ash? Or... You could just request wood if you needed fuel. But like... It would be pretty easy to just add... like a very, very vanilla array. And just make the brick on site and put it directly into your output warehouse. It'll take forever for it to actually stockpile 40,000 brick before any train will come get it. But eventually... You know, like the chances that you overflow are super, super low. So that, assuming that this had stone. That consumes 0.62 stone a second, and your build does 10.5. That'd be like 17, 18 furnaces. That's twice as big as it needs to be. That's a little bit of extra with buffer. And then you just, I don't know, make brick. If you want. Or just, honestly, I really do think now that we have cranes, you can just dump the sand into the warehouse. If I know that I can summon sand trains, I'll make my own brick. I'll import sand into the brick, producing bricks, so that I can make prioritization, and we'll make brick from sand first, instead of, here, I'll just put this in my own thing, because, God, bang, 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 because, like, if we can turn off most of these electric boilers and save the energy, then that'd be ideal. And I already have fiber here. It'd be really easy for me to just, like, add my own thing here, also import sand, and then just prioritize the brick from that setup. Landfill brick will eat any stone. Maybe we should more aggressively try to tap the stone deposits out there and just put tons of stone into the train network. Like, how many stone deposits are there that we haven't tapped yet? A lot. 32 million over there. We're sitting on top of a sizable-ish deposit right here. Yeah, that one in the very southeast. Perhaps we should do that, actually. What if we tap that stone deposit and then, like, where this brick would be, roughly? Just run it all through furnaces and make bricks. And then the Kerrigan we could just put into the train network too, and then burn somewhere. Well, where was the one that we built over top of? Like the 22 million, I think? That's like right over here. That's an older model warehouse anyway. We want to update that. And this is supposed to be importing what? Who set this up? Purcell. 2K stone? That's too small for a train. This would never get delivered. Stone stacks in... I think stone has a stack size of 50, right? 50 times 40 is 2,000. Wait, maybe 2,000 is reasonable. And why aren't there any trains? Oh, yeah, I think we definitely should tap that stone deposit. I don't have any electric mining drills on me right now, but I'll pick some up after I'm done building this thing out. Although building this thing out feels kind of pointless, actually, because, like, it costs so much energy, and I can just make brick from stone. Like, I feel dumb now. Like, why did I spend so much time making a big-ass thing that makes brick out of water instead of just finding another stone deposit? Like, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Why didn't someone say something about that yesterday? Or the day before? Or 3 days ago? Or whenever it was? I don't know. Because it made me happy. I mean, I do think it's cool, the premise of making brick out of water. But... and it is, like, renewable. But... I think Domo's fixing it. We don't really need too much more stone deposits. Well, I think getting the stone deposits and saving 3 gigawatts of power consumption is actually a pretty good use of time. Right, you only need renewable after you run out of everything else, but the map is infinite. We can just drive further away. "15 streams in, how far into the mod are we?" Struggling to fully get our trains doing Science Pack 3, but we're close, question mark? I mean, like, we're making progress. Mining Machine Stage 2 is almost done. That's going to give us the Wet Scrubber Mark 1 and the Leaching Station Mark 1. Which, I guess I'm kind of curious to go see what those do. Let me get rid of all that. Wet Scrubber Mark 1. And Leaching Station Mark 1. Oh, damn. So we get these 2 buildings, but it doesn't actually give us the ability to do anything with them, because we don't have recipes unlocked yet. It's like we have to do, like, the hot air. Or mining productivity or something, I don't know. But it's slowly making progress. 4 minutes away. I'm still cracking up about these balancers, so to speak. You can fill any tank you want. Makes no difference. Cyberson handles the details. You can even put you can put multiple fluids into the... You put the same, like here, you can put blood into all of them, and it just, you know... Or you could put blood into 2 of them, or 3 of them, or... It's all allowed. Alright, it's time to go get some resources, I think. That's another new name I don't recognize. D-Liz C-Mac. Welcome. Hopefully your computer will let you join us. I'm going to attempt to find electric mining drills and then tap that stone and see if I can... Also, there's a stone deposit, like, right here that we were also ignoring. Mining drills. If I were a mining drill, where would I be? They're way down here. Right here. 42. Good number. Need to restock on splitters. I don't need this many red inserters. Splitters are here. Research Center Mark 1s. Why do I have that? Probably from when I was building this stuff. Just chuck them in here. Let's see if I can actually tap this stone efficiently at all. Hey. It's gonna be difficult to get full coverage, but... Okay, it's 4 electric mining drills per side, except that this actually makes 2.4 items a second times 2 different items. So, just, it's so fast to overload. Wow. I wonder if I can do this. Can I just establish a filter? And then... like, force it to always put the Kerrigan on one side and the other resource on the other? That might work. Dude, that's sick. That's awesome. Bum, 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 bum. Stone. Just gonna get like the most that I can, and then we'll ignore the rest, or we'll delete it or something. Maybe get the ore deletion mod. Caravans or what? I think so. Bum. So annoying that you can't quite get underneath deposits. Might have been a bad idea to try to get this deposit of stone instead of just finding one that's less annoying. But now I'm committed, so what can you do? Okay, so it takes like 2 sets of this. Fill a belt. Bum. That one should definitely get upgraded to use cranes. Is there anywhere on the base that's using Kerrigan? Like, Kerrigan, yeah. You have train delivery? Okay, Cookie, are you physically there, or are you just looking? Domo's physically here. Can you fit somewhere, anywhere, like just a caravan, and I can help assist with Kerrigan? Because I need to get rid of Kerrigan. Oh, you're also mining Kerrigan yourself right there. Interesting. Well, in that case... Where's the nearest train station that I can just... Alright, never mind, I'll take care of it. I've got a different place I can put it. The problem is you already have Kerrigan, so you would have to set up some weird, like, prioritization for my stone mining that I just set up to not turn off. Instead, I'll just put it into the train network. But I needed to use caravans to get it out. There's a lot of sand. Like a bot is slowly bringing that deposit over. Is useful. Wish I could place it right this second though. Whoops. Damn it. Hmm. Don't have any more of that iron. Anyone know what's going on with that? The fungus? Bristle? Somebody's vacuuming now. So much noise in the background, man. It's hard to stay focused. Alright, this logic would still work, but I want to put all of this into here. And this is a Kerrigan delivery that I want to rapidly put into here. Huh? Why are these working? Oh, because these aren't wired to the thing. Derp. Okay, brick wants to be less than 30k. This wants to be Kerrigan. Okay, raw fiber out. This station was also requesting stone. I'm gonna put another caravan outpost down here. Grab that derp. And I don't think I have any more caravans, but I might want to double that route up a little bit. Okay, so if stone is less than 6k, caravan worker thing can bring that in. So that should allow for this stone at the end of the bus to finally maybe get depleted a little bit eventually. But and then I want to take the Bread Box's test world. Which test world were you working in, Breadbox, where you had your build you made? Or did you already delete it? I'll just rebuild the thing, it's not a big deal. Ba-ba-bum. Ba-bum. Okay, I was just looking for my little furnace grid thing that I made. I thought I put it in my test world, but I must have put it somewhere else. I can't seem to find it. No big deal. It's not hard to rebuild. Does it make any sense to try to use gas furnaces instead of stone furnaces? I'm gonna go low tech, I think. Just... high pressure furnace. Pitch? Where the hell's pitch come from, though? That looks complicated. I don't want to make pitch. Middle oil creosote. If pitch is available in the network, then... oh. Well, in that case, perhaps. Well, so be it. Ba-bum. Keep on changing everything up with new recipes. Like, how am I supposed to learn? How am I supposed to keep up with this, you know? That also does not look like a fluid to me, but apparently it is. Looks like... When I think of pitch, I think of, I don't know, some sort of solid. So we can support 6 of these off one belt. Just in case this ever ends up getting faster built, I think I'm gonna do the thing where it just kind of goes a little longer than it needs to. But it's easier to blueprint with. Anything on this side? Yeah, that just makes 12 brick a second. Using pitch, which apparently we have. Since when have we had pitch?
Load requester without a station.
There should be landfill. I'll just build it here. I need to make sure that this does not get hooked up to power yet. Also, power should be going right through the middle of all this, but that got broken somehow. Bum. I'm surprised how well the trains are working, considering that we don't actually have very many signals placed. I would expect more strange behavior. It looks like every combinator and every other thing, there's no... These pie tanks aren't built yet, but they don't actually matter. Probably okay to do this then. Should see a train want to get dispatched already, I would assume. The pitch supply. There's 15 pitch in the floor. Interesting. Where was the pitch provider in the train grid? I can't search for pitch and find it. Because you didn't... The station's not named? Like, pitch isn't in the name of the station? Can you ping it again? Wherever that was? Trying to figure out why the train's not already... Oh. Because this isn't built. Thank you. Wait, that's not pitch. We got gasoline, aromatics, naphthalene, and light oil. No pitch. Oh, it's the higher one up. Okay. Alright, so this station should be renamed then to also have pitch in its name so that it's easier to search. And also aromatics. No, not aromatics. Anthracene. Alright, so there's a station that has 52,000 pitch. How much can a fluid train hold again? I think I need to finish that landfill. Okay, if it's 50k, then there is enough for a train to be dispatched, but it isn't trying to fill yet. I'm guessing that's just because of the landfill situation, but... Did we end up getting a landfill brick at any point? It's so far away. You know what I should probably do is set it up so that it'll make brick from sand and pitch, if pitch is available, but if pitch isn't available, it'll make it the normal way, and that will still help reduce power consumption from making brick out of water. Landfill here? No. We'll have to go further. Ba-ba-bum. There's so many systems that I am not sure if are running properly anymore. I need to get rid of this borax. Trains. So clouds are on again. Now will a train come? No. I want 65k pitch. I think there's a problem with the way that pitch is being stored. Are you sure that it can only move 50k at a time? Because despite having the thing all built out, there's no train being dispatched to do this fluid pitch delivery. And I think it's because of the 80% overflow valve here. Like, I think that you're not allowing the pie tank to actually get full. I think you need to use a real pump. The station built. Yep. I can delete it and rebuild it. This is the target station. They have been working? Okay, well I can't figure out why it's not delivering then. There are no missing combinators.
It's over 9,000!
Alright, I'm gonna try deleting the station and rebuilding it then. Are the fluid trains overtaxed? Are there just no fluid trains available? That might be the issue. I see 4 regular ones. There's a fluid train. And it's just chilling. So I know for sure that there's a job that needs to be done. Combinator isn't built on the station. That combinator? Oh, shit. I didn't see that one. He's tiny. And I don't have a battery. Son of a bitch. Anyone nearby have a battery? I don't have to go all the way back. Or is there a combinator that was built that I could steal, maybe? Son of a bitch. Good eye. My bad. What? Do you have a battery on you? Nope. Darn it. thing is not mining nearly as well as I'd like it to. I want to get it actually mining. Bum. Hot air stage 2 seems to be quite slow installed. Are we not actually doing research enough, or did someone make a research block that like requests all the different types of research? We could probably even set up a research block that requests the science packs that we don't yet have the ability to even make, just so that it'll keep working always. I'm going to somewhere over here. Now, train? Pretty please? Well, even with the combinator, it's still not wanting to go right away. I'm guessing either there aren't enough fluid trains or, I don't know. It makes so much noise. They just hang on shit for all of it. Makes me mad. Okay. The intent is to reduce the power requirement by making bricks in different ways. And these consume half of a belt, so I should make it twice as long. So if pitch, make using these. If no pitch, make not using pitch. Still can't figure out why. Hey, pitch is on the way. Nope. That is Ming's Pax Train. Ah, never mind. This one is filling up with pitch. Pitch on the way. But right now, this can only possibly do at most 12 brick a second, and I need it to be able to replace the 30 brick so that it shuts off all the other crap. But that's such a waste of infrastructure. I have all that not running. And just sitting around. Oh well. We have pitch. The brick supply to the bus is totally fine. The Kerrigan that goes in here is just chilling. I think I can stop Prioritizing. Ba-ba-bum. Bricks to bus. Go with no priority now. Let science packs get made again. I think building a second one of these was actually just a mistake. Now that I realize how... What is this? I almost feel like everything I built yesterday, or whenever I designed this whole thing, is just a bad idea, because... I don't know, either we got a new recipe or I just like completely forgot you can make brick from sand. And for some reason, I assumed you had to make it from clay. Kind of like landfill. So then... Yeah. Perhaps I can just... Did I already? Is rich clay? I should put rich clay into this deposit also. And maybe then, at least at some point, if we get a recipe that wants rich clay. Or even this soil. Or clay or whatever. What's the best way to pull it off? We've got two... Yeah, I can do it right here. Actually, not quite. Curse me in my desire to make things compact. Makes it hard to split crap off. guess there's not likely to be that much overflow, but Ba-bum. Knowing that there's not going to be that much, maybe I should go down to... Just assume there's only going to be like 2 belt of overflow fraction. Then I can use these two to like send some overflow soil or clay or whatever this is, if there is any. I don't think that there is any right now, but... Okay. Needs to say regular clay. 6K, and this wants to say rich clay. Somehow ended up with 20-some thousand extra sand. Nice. .66% of the way towards hot air stage 2. We're doing 10 whole science a minute. Wow. That's better than none, but well, not much. How come this isn't sorted by quantity? There doesn't appear to be much rhyme or reason to how it's sorted. Science a minute actually outpaces our ability to build stuff if we sustain it. You're saying it's fast? Ish. We're using 4.7 gigawatts. That's honestly some of the higher energy usage I've seen. Like I don't remember how much energy I spent on my like Factorio rocket per patron campaign. It's probably the biggest mega base I ever built. And Eesh. Eesh farms. No fish eggs. Why no fish eggs? Because the fish eggs are made over here. And there's no fish. Can't make fish because no fish eggs. Can't make fish eggs because no fish. Which came first? The fish or the egg? Alright, what was the last research that we got done? Like, was it just the one that leads to hot air? Was it mining machines too? We're gonna get hot air stage 2 done. Might make sense to go back to trying to solve. Okay. Makes sense to go back and finish refactoring that build that I was starting the process of working on. I think I will. Doing hot air. Let's see. Change this recipe. I forget how... Okay, I'm just gonna start a new one. Hot air. I think there's a... Yeah, okay, so show fun research recipes. We're going to use not this one, but the warmer stone brick recipe now. All right. Okay, first, to make the pressurized air, I'm just going to do the thing. I've already determined that it's roughly 5 regenerative heat exchangers to 1. Alright, 5 to 2. Warmer stone bricks. Using coke gas. Coke oven gas. We end up with coke oven gas, 100 degrees. And that's where we're going to then want to mix molten salt to reheat it. This thing is kind of confusing me a little bit, but, okay. First, we warm a stone brick a little by using greater than or equal to 250. You got hot air covered? Damn it. Where? I want to see how you solved it. I'm just trying to wrap my head around how the process works. Now that we've got the new research. I haven't messed with molten salt at all, so you're delivering coke. No, you're delivering rock coal, which you then make into coke. The coke goes over here and is used as a fuel. Yeah, this is kind of complicated, apparently. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Vanilla Factorio doesn't really do fluid temperatures, right? Are they going to go on YouTube? I've been thinking about that. I mean, the videos are way too long. They're like 6 hours long. YouTube does not like that. But maybe I'll export them. I mean, maybe. This pipe is going to end up being hot molten salt. Hot molten salt goes... right now, nowhere. However, we can make... pressurized steam. Subcritical water. I understand some of these words. 100x coke oven gas. Less than or equal to 100 degrees with some hot molten salt to then create 500 degree coke oven gas. I'm assuming that this whole thing, like over here, you're going to be running the molten salt through these. You just didn't set the recipe yet? Is that what the plan is? Because we didn't have it? Or am I getting ahead of myself? Camera's changing my colors at random? The daylight's probably fading, and it's set to do weird stuff. I'm gonna reverse the layout of this room soon and put my face against a backdrop white wall again. Are all of these set to this recipe? What's the flue gas for? So the coke oven gas comes in from the bottom, reduces temperature, goes back out over here. We're gonna want to do some sort of like lattice or whatever. I think an array like this works. So I had to vertical flip and horizontal flip and make a, you know, put them together in a group of 4, like up here, in order for all of the outputs to stay together, like the way that it wants. I don't know if there's a more elegant way to do it than that. It seems to me like the simplest, smallest footprint, but because it doesn't want you to use pass-through. How many do you actually need, though? Like, do you mind if I turn on a setting in your... There's a setting, electrified floor, that I can use rate calculator. It just makes sure that everything has power. So this would do 1200 coke oven gas that's super hot into 500 degree coke oven gas, losing 60 of it, and then cooling the salt from 600 hot salt to 600 not hot salt. And the purpose of this is what again? Oh no, this is heating. We're taking cooled gas and reheating it, right? Is there another recipe that we have that makes it even hotter now, or not? No. We're gonna take the molten salt from this pipe. Pipe to ground, to ground. And you do have cross connection right there. Okay. I'm turning on some simulated supply so that I can try to get a visualization of like how many of these things you need. We're gonna end up with 500 hot molten salt per second. This brick that I made already here consumes 600. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. Are you trying to fit it all in one brick? So you want 20, not 24. I'm just trying to figure out if there's like a better layout. 4x5 probably is fine. You just have these 13 other machines here because that's the number you need to use? 13 gas refineries doing this blue gas thing, or what were they for? Okay. Well, the molten salt... We can connect in here. Where does the molten salt come from? It looks like molten salt is it's similar to the bricks, right? Like it's not gonna... You just have to prime the system with it once, but like where do we get it to begin with? I guess I'll just use a infinity pipe connected to down there. That outer edge will be molten salt. No, just... Yeah, molten salt, but cooled. Okay, and then coke oven gas. You've got 250 degree coke oven gas over here. Where do you want the... let's see. Do you have an intended location for the 100 degree coke oven gas? Is that your... Is it like this bottom pipe? This is the output side? So that's like the coolest coke oven gas, right? No, that's back to 250. Okay, that is the cooled molten salt. That wants to be connected back in here. And we've got cross connectivity all the way up through there, but for clarity's sake, I'm going to add an extra thing here just so it's visually a loop. You hover over it, you can see how it like runs through all of the grid. E5 does work. We're gonna wait for 1.1. Do the cranes work on belts? No idea. And then, even though it's gonna take a little bit more space, again, I think for clarity's sake, I'm gonna put so, like, you can visually see again, like, that one's doing that whole thing. This one's doing that thing. And now I've still got to cross-connect this one. There's that one, there's that one, there's that one, and then now I just need to connect this one with this one, which we'll do here. Hopefully there's clarity in the pipes there. Ryland, if you're like able to see my stream right now, like I'll walk you through what I did just so it's clear. You can see that there's like, you know, if you look at the pipes, they're doing that on that one, they're doing that on that one. Of course you did. But yeah, I think that they're all correct. And I removed extraneous connectors, but this whole multi-temperature bullshit is confusing to me sometimes, so. The only thing we're missing is a hookup then to your 100-degree coke oven gas. Wherever that is, I can... Is that one? Okay. And that means that this is where you can hook back into the now 500 degrees coke oven gas. And other than that, I think everything already is hooked up. So the molten salt is hooked up, and then the cooled salt is also hooked up. I guess we need to hook up to this middle line. That's where you want the 500 degree. Now we just need some source 100 degree, which Where do we get that first bit? That's coming from... the first warmed bricks. You want me to inject some bricks into the system? You need some initial bricks. I put bricks into this machine and it does not want to run. It says disabled by control behavior. Coke oven gas needs to be greater than 55,000. You want these dev bricks first? Your system can't get overloaded with bricks, right? Like, we don't have to worry about oversaturating. Alright, I think I kind of understand what we're doing. So first we're taking stone bricks with some slightly warmed coke oven gas to warm the bricks up a little bit, and when we do that it lowers the temperature of the coke oven gas back down to 100. That then gets fed back over to here, which means these should turn on soon. And we're gonna really ramp up the temperature with molten salt. And then we're gonna take that even hotter stuff to heat the bricks up again. Down here. And then that's gonna result in the 250 degree coke oven gas, which then goes back over to this thing. Or back into these things. And it's just like a loop-de-loop. There's not enough coke oven gas to start the process, though. I'm going to turn on a couple more rows of this. I think we just need to get enough running that this can get up to 100 supply. And then there we go, yeah. So these first couple ones are turning on. We're making even hotter crap. I see you disconnected the source pipe for the molten salt because you don't want to overload the molten salt supply. Makes sense. Okay, now there is some coke oven gas at 500 degrees, but not enough to actually trigger the first set of bricks to heat up. I think what I'm going to do, instead of injecting the bricks directly into the machine, let's simulate this for a sec. We'll do this for the splitter. Put bricks in here. And then whenever you feel like that needs to get turned off, I assume that you can't overload the brick supply. That's because of the broken belt right there, right? Like, that shouldn't let it. We also need bricks in other rows as well. You can? Okay. Well, there's a spot right there. Just cut that belt when you think there's too many bricks or when it's time to stop adding more. Problem is that all these there's 3 rows of machines that have sucked up all of the coke oven gas, but they don't have any bricks. Alright, let's do this for a sec. I'm just gonna... Since you cut the belt here, like, can't all of these just be full brick? And it won't be too much, or... I'm not sure. That's probably enough, right? Alright, we're making warmer stone brick. Made 1 or something. There they are. And that's gonna make hot air. Yeah, I mean, you could do, if you wanted to make it a little bit simpler to set up without having to, like, babysit it, you could just do some basic circuit logic, like, request brick at the station, and then run the brick line, like, around the front or whatever, and then have it only merge in if the supply of bricks on old all belts is less than whatever, and that would automatically populate the bricks in each one. Won't need logic if we leave room in the chest. Oh, true, yeah, because it can't, yeah, you can't possibly go over. Sure, yeah, that makes sense. It's looking like more of it's coming online. More of this is coming online for sure. But there is a net loss on the coke oven gas, right? So, like... the salt is completely self-sustaining in supply, but... I forget which part of it. Is it this one? Yeah, 100 coke oven gas goes to 95 coke oven gas. 5% attrition. And so those replenish it, okay. And they also start up the whole system by creating the coke oven gas to begin with. Cool. I sort of feel like I understand what the hell we're doing. Now, what about these things? You said you needed all those for part of this thing too, right? 13 of those things? Where's the ash? I see coal dust. Alright. So this whole process is making 43.33 ash per second. You've got 3 belt, which is less than 45, which is... Or 3 belt is more than 43, rather, which is good. Makes sense to me. That many machines will process the 43.3 ash. 11 is a... Sorry, 13 flue gas machines is a weird number. What's the plan for feeding them? 3.33 ash per second is like half of a chute. You just do a chute for each with a single splitter. Are these machines small enough that you can go underground them? Barely, no. That makes it a little bit more complicated. At 3.33 ash a second, I don't think you should use an inserter. These take 1.33, which almost deals with that belt. That just leaves 4 machines, and then 1 more. This belt feeds these 4. And the remainder all goes into this last machine. I mean, that's a solution that doesn't use inserters if you're... I don't know. Seems clean, but it does take a little bit more vertical space. But it's definitely better for performance, I think, than that many inserters. Not that performance is like the biggest factor. Well, it kind of is though, actually. Let me finish getting the pressure stuff here. Actually, hold on, I might be able to put this whole thing back down and make it the same size as yours. Yeah, I don't know. I can't tell. I mean, trying to make it the same size as the one that you've done, is that even the size that it needs to be? Or is it just more about, can we fit it in general? We're kind of leaving the bounding box either way. It's a bit long. Although this whole section here could be shifted to the left a bit, which would free up longer distance. I don't know, it's an option. A little bit awkward when you're trying to get the, pull over to here. Yeah, if there's another way to route that hole that you can think of, it would make it so we have enough space for sure. Not a loop or anything, right? It just needs to get there. We could save space by doing something like this then, just... It's not maybe as pretty, but... And another thing I was thinking is do this, and then have this one go under. To really free up space. Now it doesn't really matter, like the whole thing should fit pretty easily, yeah. Well, mine's, I was trying to tweak it to, shrink it down. It worked better. It's not actually, like, functional right now. I broke it. That's back to where it was before I broke it. So it's two tiles taller than your build, but also haven't done the pipes on the outside or the inside. I was gonna do the middle pressure thing on all of them. I assume that all three of the inputs are equal, probably. Then connect this one on these two. That connects the whole thing across. Will this fit? Of course. Of course, that extra 2 tiles actually does matter. Nice. I guess we're going with the inserters then. I'll just copy over the pipe stuff that I did then. That basically what you're thinking right there, and then what? We're just venting this. I think the flue gas is useful though, right? We probably want to run that through station first and only exhaust pipe it, you know. We don't use it. I'm gonna move the exhaust pipe over here and solve that issue later. That fits, and that's just gonna take the ash, and then where do you get the pressurized air? How do we hook that in? Where's that coming from? This line up here that runs through everything. You ran it down along that edge, okay. Oh, I didn't do the inner pipes for your build. One sec. Okay, and then that takes care of the 45 ash. Turns it into flue gas. And all together we end up with what? 1275 hot air per second. Something seems wrong. Something seems a little bit off with Rate Calculator's summary of this whole build. Like, if you snapshot the whole brick. But the way you built this makes me think that you used the factory planner. I'm guessing that some of the machines aren't meant to run constantly, and that's why they're off. Well, I trust that you did it properly, so. Yeah, I'm struggling with factory planner whenever it has fluids that are different temperatures. It confuses me a lot. It's a nice looking compact hot air build. What else needs work? Is it done or? Oak overflow void. So you're thinking that by converting the raw coal into coke, that it's not going to use all of that coke? Is that what this burner thing is for? Are these belts supposed to have mixed types of coal on it? Looks a little strange to me. Okay. Can't burn coke. Don't know what to do. Right, because it has fuel value. It'll use it as a fuel only. Well, let's see what coke is used for. I think you should just export it. I think you should take any excess coke and just put it into the station. Because a recipe like this, coal gas, coke directly into coal gas and tar, I know we're always going to want more tar and coal gas. Like, coke seems like a pretty useful byproduct. Also used to make steel, but that's... Oh no, yeah, definitely put it in the network. Because look, we're going to want to import it to other places to make steel. Coke plus molten iron plus oxygen. All of the excess coke that this thing makes is part of the steel build. Yeah, I don't think we need to worry about making too much in that case. Yeah, I think we specifically want to use the coke. Actually, I mean, these machines that are making the hot molten salt, they don't care about coke, right? Like, you're just making the coke because you need fuel to run all the shit, I think. But we might want to export all of this coke and try to run everything on just the byproduct stuff, the coal and crushed coal and coal dust. And then keep the coke for much more valuable processes. Unless I missed a step and one of these machines specifically needs coke. It seems like a pretty useful... Anyway, it's almost 6 o'clock. Ugh. Did you math out, like, how much? These each want 10 megawatts of max consumption, but they don't appear to be running constantly. Some of them are turning off, so... Looks like there's not quite enough molten salt in the system to let all of them run. No big deal. Cool. Well, I'm excited for the molten steel and stuff being able to get run. So, are you just gonna belt this coal, this coke belt? You could do like a splitter here with priority. And then excess goes forward. Or you could just continue the belt and send it over to here. Cool. Well, basically I just helped you finish your factory plan, but I feel like I understand the brick process a bit this time, and this does look much cleaner than what we've been using with just the first stage. My fear, though, is that it's... So this is first stage, second stage, like, what's going to happen when there's third, fourth stage? Or the whole process is going to get so damn complicated. I'm slightly pleased with what I did here. This rotating, like, array of frickin' heat exchangers. I handled that a lot better than I did heat exchangers in my other build. This one over here. This one out in the real world is like... Ugh. Heat exchangers are weird. But now I understand. You gotta just have 4 of them, and then vertical flip one, horizontal flip the other 2, and then, like, yeah, kind of makes them work together pretty well. I could redo this thing a lot better if I tried. Okay, well, if anyone's working on anything, I'm gonna wrap up in about 5 minutes, but I'm gonna go get a bathroom soda first. BRB. Overall, felt like a good session. What'd you work on today, Jamie? Blueprints. Like you've been playing with moon drops. I need to finish my second thing that makes brick. Because it's not actually plugged in yet. But actually, I'm kind of thinking I should rip it up. 30 brick a second from normal methods. Like if I were to set up some high pressure furnace stuff here and use the pitch to make brick instead, it would just be a lot more efficient. Also, why aren't you able to deliver stone? Because we're not using any of the Kerrigan. And because there isn't actually any brick being delivered. Or, sorry, stone. I guess no one has... What the hell? Borax stone turd recipe. Probably the problem. Yeah, there's stone being provided by stations. But why isn't a train going and doing it? There are multiple trains doing nothing. And there are stations with stone. Right there. Watch it already have dispatched it, and I'm just too impatient to, No. Figure it out tomorrow. Alright, I'm going to wrap it up for tonight. Hope you guys had fun today. I'll see you tomorrow. Also, keep in mind the special guest on Sunday. Could be a good weekend stream. We'll probably do potentially extended sessions tomorrow and Sunday. Alright, have a good night. See you soon.